Yeah. Bum bum bum, bada bum, bada bum, bada bum bum. Dun dun dun, dun dun dun, bum bum, bada bum. There we go. Okay, I think I got everything set up here. So, get off of that. Go over here, click this, go there, go here, click that, and here. Okay, I think I'm all set up. Hello, G-Star, how are you doing today? We're getting started on page 69 of Heroes and Legends. So let us begin. Got a bit of a funny face for Doko in this panel. He was grabbing the Claw's arm when he was fighting in the previous panel. But before Doko can actually finish his attack, the Claw is just jamming his leg up against Doko's face and pulling him right off. Oh, hello again, Wiggle Boy. Oh, both of you guys are back. Oh, I will have to be sure to check out the yellow Pikmin on DeviantArt when I am done then, G-Star. Oh no, I'm sorry, Wiggle Boy. What went wrong with the editing? You did say it was quite a long video. I know for some of my videos, when they're like hours and hours long, sometimes it will mess up in the exporting process. Oh, and Daniel, you're here today. Hello. How are you doing? Everything going okay over in Europe over there? It's been fairly decent weather out here today. It says it's 81 degrees right now. Oh, well, that is, I am sorry about the money loss there, Wiggle Boy. Not exactly the best thing to hear. Hopefully the music is alright, being that I'm not looking at the video itself. I can never really tell the music levels when I start these videos up. I just gotta go by what the OBS streaming software tells me. Oh, well, at least you get the soothing sound of the rain there, Bowyer. Oh, well, that sounds like a cute little OC G-Star. I am currently eating a sandwich while I do this. I went out to the store this morning and got some more food. And while I was leaving the store, I believe I saw someone that works up at the Thai restaurant I walk to sometimes. We waved to each other. Yeah, he was a bit too far away to say anything. But this page here is just continuing on the fight. Don't know why I really say that, like, it seems like most streams I say that about what the page is about, because that is all that has been going on for a while in the comic pages. Normally when you, like, check in on comics, it's like, there's a ton of progress, but since I'm always working on this, and always updating it so frequently in public, it causes some repeated phrases to pop up throughout these streams. Yeah, to be specific, we got Doko trying to attack, but the claw just blocks it and just wraps his leg around Doko's face and knocks him to the ground. You can see bits of the tournament floor break apart as Doko, like, hits it and flips back up. And then the claw says something which gets Doko just more angry and ready to just keep on fighting even harder against him. Yeah, Doko is not one that normally is, like, all that easy to get angry, but when he does get angry, he can get pretty dangerous to deal with. Being the hero, he is kind of the idiot happy guy of the group. But he does have things that will get on his nerves, even with his complete lack of intelligence. Oh well, that Ochi thing, G-Star, sounds like you could make kind of a pizza box out of them if you're thinking of wide and flat. I kept having trouble throughout the streams, like, before it was shown what the claw looks like underneath his hat and cloak. Because since this is Claw Kid, technically, I kept wanting to call him Claw Kid, because that is, like, what I had always called him, like, my entire life. Like, for, I guess, about 20 years, that is what I have always known him as. So I had to keep, like, forcing myself to keep calling him the Claw. Like, I had to mentally remind myself every time I would talk about him in the streams. So now I can just call him Claw Kid. But after so long of calling him the Claw, I kind of feel like I'm going to keep calling him the Claw sometimes. Oh yes, this music is quite nice, Wiggle Boy. If you ever wanna check out what it's from, it is from one of my favorite video games, which is Iconoclasts. It's an indie game created by, what's his name? Joachim, I think? Joachim? It's something. He's made various indie titles throughout the years. The one I first really saw him from was Noitu Love 2. But he's done a lot of different ones, and Iconoclasts is one that he had worked on for years and years, and finally finished the other year. It's a side-scroller, 2D, but it is really, really good. And the story is very interesting. There are things that you don't necessarily realize unless you're paying, like, real close attention to, like, what's actually being implied in the story. It's not like the most complex thing ever, but it's got a lot of science fiction themes that it has some subtleness to what has happened throughout that world's history and everything. Yeah, this is, this tune is from the final area of the game, which I always refer to as, like, the most badass gas station tune ever. Because, if you know what's actually going on by the end of the game, and, like, have, like, looked into and researched everything, you will understand why I refer to it as that, despite how amazingly epic the finale is. It's kinda humorous and kinda sad what is actually, like, being implied to have been believed in that world. But you'd have to play the game first to even know any of what I'm talking about there. Yeah, it's, there's a lot of good indie games out there. Ones I always love to play are like Iconoclasts and Cave Story, E.G., Caro Blaster. Unfortunately, to me, the main video game industry usually is not as good as indie games. Like, there's really garbage indie games, just like with, like, big games, but when you find good indie games, they're usually really, really good. Part of it is just the industry of, like, video games in general has become so big and corporate that a lot of the big companies just sort of follow the charts and what they tell them will make money and stuff. It happens to anything in the entertainment industry if it's around for long enough. You always got the period of experimentation at first, where all the original creators are first testing everything out, coming up with just whatever they can think of. Then you have a refining period afterwards, where it's becoming more corporate, but it's still in the hands of the creators enough that it's, like, still really interesting to watch and has usually more refined aspects to it. And then you have the corporations eventually take over entirely and make everything the same and boring and usually really bad, until the people actually making the stuff that want to make the stuff get annoyed enough that they finally break out of that cycle and start making what they want to again. And then the cycle repeats for the next however many centuries the medium is going to go on for. Oh, I'm sure there'll be a sequel to Pizza Tower G-Star. It's a pretty big game, so I'm fairly certain that is going to have a sequel at some point. It might take a number of years, but usually games that get that big that quick have some pretty promising futures ahead of them. I think it took like 8 years or something for Freedom Planet 2 to come out. And the original Freedom Planet took like forever to come out on its own, but it didn't have a game before that, so there wasn't as much anticipation for the game as the sequel, I don't think. Which, Freedom Planet is another great indie game you should absolutely check out. Plays kinda like old side-scroller Sonic games mixed with treasure platformers and stuff. Really good. Has some really questionable voice acting at parts, but you can tell they're trying. It is pretty cute, the effort they give. I could go on and on about indie games. Just games in general that I like, and I've played so many over the years. I was wondering what my next game was going to be that I streamed, but I was figuring it was probably going to be Metroid Zero Mission, which I finally got to do yesterday. Hopefully that turned out alright. It seemed to be going okay when I was playing it. Yeah, the original Metroid, I think, was created by Nintendo R&D 2. The creator, I forget what his name is. Was it Gunpei Yokoi? Was that the one? He originally started making, like, toys in Nintendo's factory, and his inventiveness there is what got the attention of the higher-ups, so they put him in charge of R&D 2, Research and Development 2. And he eventually led the team that would create the first Metroid back in 1990, or 1986. Yeah, I think he, did he work on any besides that first one? I know Sakamoto took over, like, heading the series after the first one. But I can't, I think Gunpei Yokoi, if that is the creator, left the company, like, a bit after they made Metroid. And then I think the last thing he worked on was the Wonder Swan for, like, another company. And then he ended up, sadly, getting killed in a car crash. Which is... No, it's the Virtual Boy. That's the last thing he did for Nintendo. And he was, like, kinda, I think, forced to do that system. And that's when he left Nintendo, and then did the Wonder Swan, and got killed. That's always a sad part of the, story. Yeah, I noticed you were around for pretty much the entire thing, Wiggle Boy. You were seeming to like the video. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Nah, I always love playing Metroid. It's always a good time. My favorite, well, it's always hard to decide my favorite of the Metroid games, because most of them are really good. There's a few of them that aren't, like, Other M is obviously the biggest offender. There's Federation Force, but that's like a spin-off, so it's not really kind of in questionable territory if you even count that game. But of the actual, like, main stuff, I think Metroid Prime 3 is probably my least favorite. It's, like, not bad, but it's just not as good as the typical Metroid. For me, the best ones are Zero Mission, Super Metroid, Fusion, Prime 1 and Prime 2. I can never decide between Prime 1 and Prime 2. They're both really good for different reasons. Prime 1 feels more like the traditional Metroid game, but in 3D. But Prime 2, it's slow at first, because it starts out in like a dull, sandy area. But once you get past that, it's pretty amazing to me. It feels like it's a game that was made for people already familiar with the series, with how much more challenging the stuff in that game can be. Yeah, I know I've played this tune before on streams, Wiggle Boy, but I'm pretty sure... Yeah, you wouldn't have been around for those streams. They are there, though, if you ever get bored enough and want to go see all the streams I've done. I would not recommend that, because that's like days and days worth of just listening to me talking endlessly about just random garbage, mostly, as I work on this. The video game streams, though, are probably a bit more actively fun. Although some people here do seem to enjoy watching me work, which I am glad for. Yeah, the guy I'd always watch do streams like this was Doug Tenaple when he was working on the Earthworm Jim comics. Which, sadly, those streams are long gone at this point, but I was able to save a few of them before everything got taken off of YouTube. So I've got at least like 10 to 15 of those. Yeah, we'll change the song in a tiny bit, G-Star. I'm wanting to get done with at least this panel first. Doing the blacks on these colored pages go a lot quicker, it feels like, than doing the blacks on the black and white pages. Not sure why that is. Maybe it's just... Well, I guess that'd make more sense, because if it's in color, certain things that would be black on a black and white page are probably in color on these pages, so I don't have to edit doing as much blacks here. Yeah, with video game music, it does get a bit repetitive after a while. Oh, and Wiggle Boy, I did see that you were on Tumblr. Yeah, this tune always makes me think of, like, some ancient mechanical mechanisms underneath, like, in caves and stuff that are being reawakened after, like, centuries. I think the first video game, or the first thing, where I heard the word meme was probably Metal Gear Solid 2. Because before that, I don't remember ever hearing the word meme. And in Metal Gear Solid 2, they're not like talking about internet memes. That predates that, like, that kind of talk. They're just talking about, like, the actual meaning of what the word meme means in that game. The inheritance of the next generation, the previous generation passing on things through mimetic means instead of genetic means. It's stuff that's more philosophical than the word would lead you to think. That whole game, pretty much, is a complete, like, what is going on here type of video game by the end of it. Okay. Let's see here. Over here. Okay. Go over here. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-bow. Now I do know... Huh. Yeah, we can go with this one for a bit. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. Oh, well, you had a very hip with the kids teacher if they had a GameCube. Yeah, the game that I played the most on the GameCube was probably Sonic Adventure 2. But I played a lot of games for the GameCube. Resident Evil, the remake of that game, was on that system, and that's one of the greatest remakes ever created. Yeah, the Brickster was always a villain, like, in the Lego Island series, where, he seemed a lot more... His personality does not make you think, like, that he would do the type of stuff he does. Because, when you, like, sit down and think about what the Brickster actually does in the Lego Island series, he is, like, one of the worst villains, like, ever if he accomplishes his goals. But he's not, like... Because of his personality, he's more like a Saturday morning cartoon villain. But if he, like, actually won, it would be, like, really, really horrible. Yeah, the Lego Island themes on YouTube, unfortunately, G-Star, do not have many videos that, like, extend the music all that much. So it's just sort of short loops, usually. Bobo. No, 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 no. How's this one? This is an ad. I don't want an ad. Oh, no. Yeah, I guess we'll go with this for a bit. Oh, Oh, Ninjago. I actually never saw that series, but I always heard people going on about that. The LEGO series that I was into the absolute most was Bionicle back during like 2001 to 2003 or 4. It went on for quite a while, but 2001 to like 2003 were the absolute best years of that series to me. Once they stopped having Takua be the main character, it just was not the same to me. I remember there was a 3D game that you could play on LEGO's website called Backlot, and it was basically you played as a LEGO character who was going to work or help out at the movie-making studio with the, like, LEGO movie set. And you could go into the break room, and you could see Takua in the break room. And he was, like, reading the script for the Mask of Light movie, which was not out at the time. They were, like, still working on it. That was always really funny to me. I remember I really glitched up that game a few times, because I kept trying to find ways to break out of the boundaries. Because when I was younger, I did not understand exactly that it was like how video game worlds operated. So I always thought that, like, beyond the invisible walls and the environment and stuff keeping you from getting out of bounds, I always thought there were, like, other lands out beyond the borders of where you were allowed to go in video games, that if you, like, managed to get past them, you would be able to travel to and explore and stuff. And looking back on it now, obviously that's not the case, but it's like, that's what I always was trying to do, was figure out what was out there beyond the video game, like, where it was keeping you held. And so I eventually found ways to break out of the backlot invisible, like, walls and everything, and, it caused some very odd stuff to happen when you got to certain points of the game. Clearly, the creators of the game do not intend for the player to be able to do that stuff. I do know that one music track I will not play from Lego Island is Brick by Brick, the song you can play on the jukebox. That has actually been released on CD and is copyrighted, so for anyone that wants to ever use that song, if anyone watching the video ever does want to use that, do not. It will probably get your video blocked. Okay, I think we're done with the first panel. Doko and his goofy face, his cheek getting mashed up against his eye and mouth. Yeah, I think it was 2 days ago I actually got this, like, painted and everything. I didn't, like, finish up work on it before the editing process, though, until last night. Yeah, I'm enjoying this sandwich wiggle boy. Yeah, I just made it before I started so I'd have something to eat while I was working. Because a lot of times I will get hungry while doing all this. Let me see here. Well, I have played this music before, so I know I can play it. So let's see. Guess I'll play this one time.
Grubhub Plus members save more on the food they
Yes,
love.
the
With new cost
fantastic
benefits.
Grubhub soundtrack. That is absolutely the thing I was trying to get to. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is a theme piece of music I sometimes think of while, like, thinking about this tournament and working on scenes for it. This is the theme song of Dragon Ball Online, which I believe was only released in, like, was it Vietnam? It was some Asian countries. It wasn't Japan, I don't think. And Dragon Ball, the Japanese material of Dragon Ball always has pretty amazing soundtracks to me. Yeah, this always feels like the perfect type of music to go along with the fights in my comic I do for the tournament. Yeah, my favorite parts of Dragon Ball are either Red Ribbon or Piccolo Daimyo. Oh, well, Baron Gearwick will always be there if you ever want to attempt him again, G-Star. There is a Gorillaz song that I know I can play on here. One that I'm not sure why I can play, that I know I can. I do have to wonder how many people see enough of my streams that they get sick of hearing me say a few things over and over throughout the streams. I remember when I first came up with Baron Gearwick G-Star, I was watching the movie, I think it was You Can't Take It With You, and he didn't look exactly like he does now. He had more of a wide body, not a circle one. And, his eyes were sort of they didn't have pupils in them. They had, like, eyelashes, I think, built into them. Or it was the eyebrows. I don't remember if I'd made the eyebrows by that point. And that was back, like, before 2008, though, is when that first drawing was from. I've never put that up. Okay. We can go on to that Gorillaz song that I've been able to play before. I usually don't dare play Gorillaz on here, because I'm always worried about what can get copyrighted and block my video. But this one has been safe before, so I will give it a shot here. This is from the album Demon Days. The music video for it is like the final part of the story for their music videos on that album. It's when the helicopters come to attack Noodle, which I'm pretty sure is what got it blocked in America for like a long time, because Noodle is technically a child back then. She's getting shot at by helicopters. Lost my mind. What I found in time. You want to be mine. Yeah, it's one of my favorite songs, I think. It's possibly my favorite Gorillaz song ever. I always like when the Gorillaz come out with a new thing. I still remember when they first came out, and it's kind of insane to me that they've lasted this long. And it's like, their music videos were always incredible to see, because it's like they never show the actual people. It's always animated, like, drawings and cartoons that tell a story and stuff. And it took quite some years for the next album to come out after the one that has this song. But once they did finally come out with it, it does actually continue the story on from the album this is from. Yeah, down. And on to some more video game music. By this point, I have a few tracks that pop up more often than others throughout my streams, but I do try to keep it varied enough throughout them. Yeah, if there are periods where I am not talking, it's probably because I am eating. I did see that they have a new Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl coming out. Probably the biggest surprise, well, the biggest thing that I noticed was they have Lucy, like Lucy Loud, on the box art for the game and everything. But they do not have Lincoln Loud, which is a very odd decision to me. Because I'm pretty sure he's going to be in the game still. But it's like, having Lucy but not Lincoln is like having Dib but not Zim. It's just like a very odd choice to me for like the box art. But the thing that everyone's gonna be talking about is that Squidward is finally in the game. That and Jimmy Neutron. And from what I saw, they have all the Ninja Turtles in the game this time. Which was kind of odd to me that they did not have that in the first game, because it's pretty much just a palette swap. Just an alternate skin, pretty much, when it comes to the design of the characters. But I know that the Nickelodeon games are not necessarily the most high-budget projects there are. As long as we can have Nigel Thornberry fighting Hugh Neutron again, though. The Battle of the Dads. Yeah, I would have paid good money for them to make a game when I was younger where, like, you had all the characters from Cartoon Network fighting all the Nickelodeon characters. That was always sort of a dream of mine. Let's see here. Oh, there's that. Copy. There. Let me check this. Okay, let's open this, go over here. That's not what I wanted. Okay, please do not freeze. We may be experiencing some turbulence in this stream. If this video gets choppy, you will have to bear with me. This is, the internet is acting up right now. Okay, hold on. Let me check something. Okay, go here. Go here. Yes, click that. Narrate everything so the audience knows that you are still alive, Edward. Get rid of this. Oh, alright. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry everybody, I was clicking on G-Star's link for the music on the Discord, and it just ended up kind of freezing up my system here for a bit. I think we're back in working order. Thank you for the high-quality Lego Island music, G-Star. I am not sure that I can, like, click on those for this stream, but if anyone wants to hear them, just drop by the Discord and go to the music section of the Discord. They're right in there. It is of Project Lego Island, I believe, which, if I remember correctly, Project Island is a fan sequel that is being worked on that has people that worked on the original games on the team. Oh yeah, those pretty standard kids shows, Wiggle, tend to have that whole power of the heart thing going on with them. It can be pretty embarrassing at times, but other times it's alright. Technically, I think things like Digimon and stuff have that, but it can be pretty epic at times there. Just trying to get the underside of Doko's vest shaved up there. Yeah, one series that I always liked the whole power of the heart thing with was in Sonic. Because that's technically how the Chaos Emeralds operate. They bring dreams into reality. The servers are the 7 Chaos. Chaos is power, enriched by the heart. The controller is the one that unifies the chaos. Which, the controller is obviously the Master Emerald. Yeah, I always, that was always an aspect of the Sonic series that I always liked and wished they paid more attention to as it went on. I don't think there's really a power of the heart type of thing in Doko's stuff, unless you count... I guess you could count the Catalysm Crystal as being that, but that is more just a mystical object that has power on its own. Technically, well, I guess the whole This comic series is called Dreamscape. And by the very end of it, that name will make a bit more sense. I did not create the series with, like, the intent for that name to mean too much. But by the end of it, it does have a tiny bit of meaning to it. And I guess if you're going by what certain mystical objects allow to happen, there is, I guess, some power of the heart type of thing to it. But it rarely ever goes into the whole my friends are my power type of thing. It's more of just magic, ancient, mystical stuff in general when it comes to the more supernatural aspects of the power. I guess if you want to get technical, when Doko here, when he, like, shoots energy out of, like, his hands and stuff like that, he, that is his life energy. That's his bioessence is what it is. So, technically, if a person uses too much of that for those types of attacks and stuff, or if it just gets used up in general, it will kill the person. Because that is, like, their life essence they are using. So, it will... The more that Doko does those type of attacks, it will tire him out. He will have to sit and recharge and stuff. He will have to rest. I guess if you want to get technical, that is like the power of the spirit or whatever. Yeah, Doko... There are people... Pretty much anyone in Doko's world can learn to use their bioessence to attack with. But there's not too many that actually do it. It takes, like, quite a bit of training to be able to understand and stuff. Like, the old sage can do it, which is Doko's guardian, the guy that raised him. He doesn't really utilize it much, but he can do it. The wizard, or Sake Manalical, can do it. And Doko and Stacy and the Hawker can all do it. But Stacy and the Hawker are not as good at doing it as Doko, because he's practiced it more. Bum, bum, bum. Dum, bum, bum. I guess the Claw here, or Claw Kid, could probably do it. He's been around long enough by this point that, and he did lead, like, he led the forces that were going against the Observers during the war in our time period. The war that destroys, our societies from, like, 2008 to the mid-2020s. So he was a commander during that time period, and he trained all sorts of soldiers and stuff. So he knows, probably, how to utilize his bioessence like that. But he doesn't normally do that type of stuff. I'm eating a sandwich, it is very yummy. Ba-da-bum-bum. Boom, 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 ba-da-da-dum, boom. Boom, boom. Yeah, the heroes usually, no matter what the story is, has friends that they are fighting for and stuff. Oh, I do have another thing I might be able to show a bit later on. I've got some animation files that I transferred to my hard drive from the other computer. Can show some of the workings of like, some of the animations I've done for videos here on YouTube. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Well, Clayman is a very happy friend to have. G-Star. Oh, is everything okay with the, programs you were messing around with, by the way? I remember yesterday you were saying that there might have been a virus that you got from it. But the conclusion was that you were probably safe. Down, boom, boom, ba-do-do-do. Down, down, down. Yeah, just working on the comic here. All day long. Yeah, to actually get this comic working, like, produced in a reasonable amount of time, it's something you have to do, like, every day, all the time. Oh, I guess you are just, turned off from that whole experience then, G-Star. Down, down. Yeah, I've never played games on, like, a mobile device. Like, I've played them on the Game Boy Advance and the DS, but, like, for phones and stuff, I've never played video games on there. Other than, like, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and that was only one time. And it was a horrible experience, because it's like, that touchscreen is just, it just messes me up completely on that game. I only gave that a shot one time. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Get that off the screen. Why are you playing? I clicked you off. Huh. Whoa. Oh, this is nice. Someone remixed together the Genesis and Saturn versions of the Rusty Ruins Zone from Sonic 3D Blast. Oh. Yeah, I'd always heard about raspberries, G-Star, but I never actually have seen one before. I always feel like I'm kind of a caveman when it comes to technology, because I just hang on to all the old things I have, and just play the games I've always liked on them and stuff. Obviously, I do know enough to be able to get things running for a stream, but I'm not the most savvy. Oh, I'm not sure what spam you are talking about, Wiggle Boy. As far as I know, you're the only one saying stuff that you have. Yeah, G-Star here was just going on about the, she's decided to not attempt the getting of, like, ROMs and stuff for the, or systems or something for the Raspberry she has after yesterday. Now we have a track from the Sega Saturn and Sega Genesis versions of Sonic 3D Blast playing. I always liked the Sonic, like, the Saturn version of 3D Blast's music, but at the same time, all the music is just remixes of the main theme in that game, which feels a bit less innovative to me than the original Genesis soundtrack. Oh, wow. That is some fancy ROM you got, G-Star. Personally, I would very much like to play through Sonic 1 in a Chow robot mech suit thing. I'm assuming what it is the person that made the ROM probably is using the idea of the Chow from the Versus mode of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, where they're in Chow mechs in that game. That was always kind of an epic thing. I can't remember where, but I want to say I heard that, like, Tails made the Angel Chow mech, and Eggman made the Devil Chow mech. I don't think you can play as Big the Cat in that multiplayer. I remember in the GameCube version of Sonic Adventure 2, you can see Big in some stages if you press A and B during cutscenes. And in the Dreamcast version, you can see Big in the levels themselves if you know where to find him. Well, that sounds like some really badass chow, if nothing else, G-Star. At least you didn't get Sonic Adventure 7. That is, one to avoid. You will need ear protection for that one. Boom, 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 boom. I would like if they, like, made model kits or something of all the Eggmobile versions that Dr. Eggman has had over the years. Almost every single game, he had a different Eggmobile up until, like, Sonic Unleashed. I remember Sonic Rush had the Sonic Adventure Eggmobile. And I'd love to see a figure of the Egg Viper. That would be amazing. Yeah, I always had ideas to remake the original Sonic games, and I actually did begin to animate something from Sonic 1 that I intended to put in. Which is, like, Sonic 1 would be a combination of the Genesis and Game Gear versions of the game. So it would have, like, levels from both of those games in the remake. And during Labyrinth, in the Game Gear, you fight Eggman underwater at first with, like, a lid over the Eggmobile so he has air in there. But since it'll transition into the Genesis version of the confrontation, he, like, ends up trying to get away at the end. And what he does, I didn't ever finish the animation, but I began animating him ripping the lid that was, like, destroyed from fighting Sonic, lifting it off of the Eggmobile and throwing it over his head. I have that on my other computer somewhere as a GIF. Yeah, I always had the idea to remake the original games to, like, have the story be better presented and stuff, and have it more properly lead into the later games and everything. I think there's only one more bite of my sandwich left. Bum, 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 bum. Uh-oh. What are you doing, computer? Come on, stay with me. Don't die yet. Okay, we are going to save this file in case anything happens and this decides to disconnect me from the stream or anything. Or even worse, the computer just crashes. I know it did that one stream.
Help keep their
Da-da-da-da-da. Well, I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors into turtleneck, shirt drying whatevers that you are attempting to do with the Wiggle shirts. Wiggle Boy. This is probably my favorite remix of the Death Egg 2 from Sonic 4. Oh, if you guys like the Lego stuff at all, there is a person that I saw the other day making like Spider-Man personas for like the Lego Monkey Kid show or whatever. It is Mango Cat, if you ever want to look at her stuff. She does seem to enjoy the Monkey Kid Lego stuff quite a bit. Go. There we go. Alright, the music should be picking up on this in a second. Oh, Vector Man. Vector Man will always be one of my favorite games. I have no idea how my dad was able to beat it as often as he did when I was younger. He always said he was not, like, as good as me or my brother at video games when we were older. But there are games that he beat that me and my brother never could. I've beaten Vector Man, but I've never beaten that Hulk video game that he somehow was able to get through. And I have asked the creator of this remix before if I can use this remix that they did for an animation of Vector Man. And they did say yes, so in the years to come, that will perhaps be something that I create. It'd be a animation of the final battle of the game. Now this is freezing up again. Okay, there we go. Oh no, checking the comments on the video. Actually, what they said was, maybe when the time comes I can use it. So again, it's a we'll see. With everything I work on, there's never any telling what I will and won't get to in a timely manner anyway. I think one of the things that I, made the fastest was probably that Jaden animation that I did back when she was first starting her streams last year. I did that in, that was, a few days I did that in. It was a very draining exercise to do it as fast as I did it. But it was fun. Yeah, I'm always up for a good animation creation. Though it is not something that ever goes, as fast as you want it to. The Resident Evil 2 animation I did, took over half a year, I think. But I was, animating the background of that at parts and stuff. And all those lines on Birkin was just a nightmare to do. What I would love to do is an animation of these guys, all my comic stuff. But I never have time to do that. I did sort of do Doko in an animation on stream the other month. But that was just a quick little one to demonstrate how I animate. Yeah, let's switch on over to a remix of the most popular track in Vector Man. Everyone would always remix this music. It got kind of annoying to me, because, I like it. There's so many other tracks to do from that game. Yeah, just Doko falling to getting knocked out of the attack he was doing. Actually, yeah, I haven't gone there yet. I was thinking I might have the upper half of the page done by now, but nah. I think I've been spending too much time flipping back and forth between the music and this today. Yeah, we got a pretty nice beat going on for now, though. You know, one movie I have not seen is the, well, I haven't seen the 2 later movies of Dragon Ball that are, like, of the original series. I've seen the Blood Rubies, which I think is just called The Hunt for the Dragon Balls in Japanese. But then there's also, like, the one with the vampire demon guy trying to blow up the sun, which always looked like quite a bit of fun. And then there's the one where Chaozu is, like, an emperor from another country. Never really cared for that one as much from what I saw. And then you got all the Z movies that everyone knows about. Really, the only ones worthwhile to me from the Z era is, like, the first 2, or maybe first 3 movies, and then, like, Fusion Reborn. Other than that, the Z movies are pretty much worthless to me. And even though I have spent too much time going through the music on this stream, I'll flip back over there to see if I can get another track going. Yawn, yawn, stretch, stretch. Let me see here.
This school year,
I don't care about your school year. I'm here to make videos. Yeah, this'll be a good one. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, now we get back to work. Yeah, Doko is going to be going through some roughness with this fight. It is, well, the Claw, he has beaten every character he's gone up against in the tournament so far. But with Doko, Doko's not one that's going to be knocked out as quickly as the others, if the Claw does knock him out. And with that prolonged exposure, he is going to have to go through quite a bit of physical effort to be able to really do much to the Claw. Hello, Shadow, how are you doing? I haven't seen you in stream for a bit. Yeah, we had G-Star and Wiggle Boy in here, but I think they may have gone off to do some other things. Yeah, we're just working on page 69 of the comic here. Yes, we have reached the funny number. We have found the humor. And let us zoom out to give a little look at the page again. Yeah, we got Doko up here with a bit of a goofy face to... whoa. Goofy face, because the Claw Doko is like grabbing the claw's other arm and charging at him, but the claw is like putting his foot like just right up against his cheek and pulling Doko off of him. He hits the ground and flips back up. And then the claw says something that just gets Doko more angry, and he jumps back in to try and fight him again. And that's kind of where we're at. Working on coloring in those blacks. Yeah, we've had quite a bit of music selection going on throughout this session. G-Star earlier was wanting some Lego Island music, but there was none that was like really extended, so we couldn't keep that going for too long. Then mentioned something about the Let's Play I did of Metroid yesterday. And I forgot I have a mochi over here that I can take a bite of. Yeah, I was explaining earlier, they were going on about, like, the power of the heart trope in shows and stuff. And I was, technically, there is, like, spirit and stuff that Doko can attack with. Like, whenever he does his energy blasts from, like, his hands and feet and stuff, that is using, like, it's called bioessence in this world, but it's basically the spirit of the person, their life energy. So if they, like, use it too much, it will kill them. But mainly it just tires Doko out more to attack like that. Now, I'm kind of surprised we made it all the way to page 69 for this comic. Cannot remember the last time we did that, I don't think. I never realized when I was listening to this music earlier on, but you can actually hear, like, bombings going on in the soundtrack here. It's for the highway bombing section of Mega Man ZX. So anything going on with you today, Shadow? Any plans? You headed into work at all? Yeah, the claw can probably knows how to attack using bioessence and stuff, but it's not something that he would use all that often. Oh, the that little Patreon pic I did for you yesterday, the picture, it seems to be doing quite well on DeviantArt. A number of people have favorited it. So it looks like you probably got another piece to add to your collection to show off your characters with. Yeah, it was kind of surprising to me. There's not, like, as many people, I don't think, that have viewed it as some of my other pieces I've done Shadow, but there were quite a few favorites on it. I do remember that. Yeah, I haven't been checking DeviantArt the last 2 days that much, but when I stopped in earlier, there was a few. And my brother sent me an email, I think saying that the creators of Mystical Ninja are working on a new project that's sort of a spiritual successor to it. So I guess that is something to keep an eye out for. Oh right, I forgot, the announcer's microphone can briefly be seen over here. Gotta fill that in. Yeah, these, the colored pages really feel like the blackening process goes a bit quicker than the black and white pages. I guess once I get done with this panel up here, I'll go on and look at the animation program. I brought a lot of animations, or not a ton of them, but a few of the animations over from my old computer onto this one. And so I was figuring I could take a look at some on stream and show the inner workings of some of those animations. But not before we switch over to another piece of soundtrack. Let's see here. What do I want to click? That's not what I want to click. I don't care about Pelotons. I want some music. Give me the music. This one? No. No, no. How about this? Okay, here we go. One of the most soothing tracks in a platformer. Yeah, listening to this music always, it makes me think of another game called A Game with a Kitty 2. It had some pretty nice tracks in it that were sort of lullaby feeling. Yeah, Doko, he hits the ground so hard here that it, like, breaks the tiles that he lands on. I was originally going to have him, like, slamming his fist down in this panel and breaking even more tiles, but I couldn't really get it to look right, so I went with a different pose for him in that one. Oh, I think I forgot to put up the Patreon, the rough draft of this page on there. I can always put that up later, though. You know, I always kinda get a bit annoyed when I'm watching a stream, and then I go back later when I decide to after I decide to stop watching, and then it's no longer available. The person just takes it down or makes it private, so you cannot see it again. Although if it's private, you can still get into it if it's in your history, at least. I do need to go back through all the, keep your hands off Izokin streams that creator has done. Try to get my hands on the videos to preserve. The making of comic art is always a wonder to see. Oh, did the shirts turn out okay, Wiggle Boy? Oh. Well, okay. Fruit salad. Yeah, hopefully whatever song this is that you're wanting does not get this video copyrighted. Oh, I thought that is what you were referring to when you first came back into the chat, Wiggle Boy. Well, I believe all of the streams for Izokin are still on YouTube, Shadow. I can get you the link to the creator's channel, though. It's all in Japanese, so you will have to be ready for that. You're not gonna understand what they're saying, probably. I have been in chat, though, and been able to chat with some of the people in there by using Google Translate really quickly when I'm talking with them. Oh, oops, that's not what I was after. Okay. Let us see here. Alright, we have a challenge that we must go through, as Wiggle Boy has had the challenge that I cannot say fruit salad, and they just had me say it, so I have to play a song of their choice. Which is this. Hopefully this does not get the stream blocked, but if it does, I'll just have to cut out the part in editing. Here we go!
My style is...
Oh yes, this is a fantastic song.
It's not even how I dress.
Very
It's just
capitalist
how I
in its
feel about
marketing.
myself.
This summer, create your
Oh,
own
and an
adventures.
even better song right here.
Awarded brand in car and driver
This one's about cars.
Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or visit your local Honda dealer today.
Oh, well, I guess we gotta go on to... Is this playing anything? Oh,
We're making some fruit salad. Everybody's helping.
okay, here we go. This is what, Wiggle Boy has requested.
Greg, Anthony, I'm chopping up some melon. And Jeff, what are you doing over there?
At least I think it is. It's what popped up in the search.
You might like to make your own fruit salad at home. Just make sure you use a plastic knife, and you might like to have a grown-up round to help you as well.
Fruit salad, yummy, yummy. Fruit salad,
Oh,
yummy, yummy.
oh, it has a bit of a beat.
Salad, yummy, yummy.
Da-da-da-da.
Yummy, 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 yummy fruit salad. Let's make some fruit salad today.
They are very
It's fun
passionate
to
about
do,
the fruit
it's a
salad.
healthy way. Take all the fruit that you want to eat. It's going to be a fruit salad treat.
The first step,
Peel your bananas,
the second step,
toss in some grapes,
Yeah, this is what was,
chop up some
what
apples,
was the challenge that was put upon me, Shadow?
and put them on your plate. Now we've made it, it's time to eat it.
So, just sit
Tastes so
back,
good that you just
relax,
can't beat it.
and enjoy the
Give everyone
fruitiness.
a plate and a spoon. We'll all be eating it very soon.
the first step,
Eat up the banana,
the second step,
eat up some grapes,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Doko would like this song.
eat up some apples.
Probably be right up his
Now
alley.
there's nothing on your plate. Now we've had our fruit salad today. It's time to put the scraps away. Wash the bowls and wash the spoon. Let's do it all again real soon.
fruit salad, yummy, yummy. Fruit salad,
Yeah, you'd have had to have been there to know what it is, Shadow.
yummy, yummy.
We were playing Metroid Zero Mission yesterday.
Salad.
Fruit salad, yummy,
Yeah.
yummy. Fruit salad, yummy, yummy. Fruit salad, yummy, yummy. Fruit salad, yummy, yummy. Fruit salad, yummy, yummy.
Well, I'm sure you can come up with a pretty nice version of the song Wiggle Boy. That our time with the fruit salad has ended. Hopefully that does not get part of the video blocked. Now let us move on to other endeavors in the audio department. Ah. Let's see here. Now that I've had that tune playing, my head is all jumbled up on what I had in mind for the music. Hmm. Hum. Hmm. How's about some of this? This is not playing anything. Oh, we got something from Shadow on the Discord. And now that I have clicked on the Discord, it is freezing everything up. Yeah, this is Minecraft music, Wiggle Boy. But we have something from Shadow over here to click on. So, he has linked us to an ad about the Cincinnati tax resolution. Don't live in fear. Thank you, Shadow. Now, it is on to an ad about dining rooms. Very high quality stuff, I must say, Shadow. They have a volcano on their table. Well, that was nice. Now there's a video after it. Whoa. Very rockin' music. You know that ads come before videos, Shadow. Yeah, I imagine this'll be alright copyright-wise. Yeah, over here, it was odd going from Iowa to Ohio when it came to YouTube, because all the ads that used to get played for me were replaced by other ads that are, like, specific to the location you're in. Oh, well, fancy you. Yeah, I've never used AdBlock because I'm not gonna spend the money. I remember the days when YouTube did not have ads to begin with. That's how I feel it should be. The days of YouTube earliness and Google Video. Before the dark times. Well, you are living fancy and luxurious. Yeah, for the videos, thankfully when I get them onto my computer, I don't have to deal with ads there. Although, you still have to sit through them if you're, like, recording the screen and stuff. Now, this is some pretty hardcore music here. And I do see that it has, our favorite Namekian in there. I was just happy to see Red Ribbon as a focus again for that one movie. Yeah, someone put up a video where they had the intro of the movie with, like, the flashbacks to the Red Ribbon and Android sagas. And what they did was they laid, like, the Red Ribbon theme over it. And it was, like, really incredible. They actually match the beat up with the music for, like, when Cell appears and it says, Solo Jet, let live born. Was kind of surprised that the version of Cell in that movie looked like his semi-perfect form, considering that was, like, the most hated form of him. Cell was a saga that was just full of constant changes throughout it. Do have to wonder what it would have been like if Giro had remained the main villain of it. Yeah, I do remember Toriyama did like that. To the complete contrast to pretty much anyone else working on the series. My favorite form will always be the imperfect form. Scariest thing in the whole franchise. Okay, I think... Yeah, I think once I get done with the sleeve here, I can switch over to the animation program and show some of the stuff on there. Although when I start up the animation program, it kind of freezes the computer for a bit. So you may be experiencing some jitters here and there with it. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted. Yeah, I could see one of the fights that Doko has going along to this music. Probably fighting some big Emperor Illuminator mech or something. Okay. Well, we got those panels all done. So, I still got like half of it left to go, though. But let us take a break from this to go look at the animation stuff. I just wanted to show some of those off. And see. Just give a behind-the-scenes look at some of the production of some of the stuff I've made. So, how's the weather? It is currently 82 here. What the? Why are you acting up? I've already activated this. Yama. Okay, hold on a second. It is thinking that I have not activated my Flash program, so I have to go look up the serial number for it again. Okay, let me see here. 700 59. Okay. Wait, that's the wrong one. 5. Oh no, it's the right one. Okay, 8. Okay. That should be good. Alright, good. Fine. Okay. Ooh. Oh, wow. Hey, whoa, whoa. Yeah, this is glitching things up a bit here. And I realize now that the music was probably way too loud. Boom, boom, boom. Well, okay, here we go. Not sure why I was having to restart all of the Flash program again, but we will be taking a look at some of the animations that I have worked on. So let's see here. Commands, open, open. Boom, boom, boom. And we need some less energetic music for this, so... I am sorry, Shadow, but we will be leaving Piccolo behind for now. Okay. Okay. Alright, there we go. Okay, let us see here. Go into projects, I think? Projects. Yeah, we just need a bit calmer music for just a viewing experience. Hopefully that music did not blast your ears out or anything. I did not realize how loud it was with the glitchiness of my computer here. Let's see here. I will give the audience a choice. Let's see, I've got things from the Cartoon Hangout. I have shown that previously on here. There is the Invader Zim interview parts. And oh, there's the Centipede animation. So whoever is here, between the Centipede, like, the game, the Invader Zim animation I did, and the Cartoon Hangout animation, which is where I animated, like, all the cartoon characters hanging out together. It is your choice which one you would like to see the makings of or workings of, or whatever you want to call it. I will leave it to decide for you for a tiny bit, and then we will go from there. I am just going to take a sip of water and take a little bite of bread that was left over from the sandwich. Actually, I should check to see if this can even play. Yeah, it can play the animation program on here. And I guess, for anyone viewing, if you are not caught up, be sure to pull the timeline bar to the right. And that should keep you up to date with where we are at. I know sometimes it does get things behind a bit for the viewers. Just little lags in the internet feed and everything. Let's see here. Go over here. Actually, I should just test this out to see if it can play anything on this program, since, let's see. Okay, it's working there. Come on. Okay, yeah, that's it. Oh, now it's kinda frozen. Ooh. Yeah, it's freezing up there. Maybe if I clicked off of the window that has the video. Well, I think I am going to just start off with an animation I have chosen. And that will be this. It is the centipede animation that I had worked on last year. It's just a little look at all the frames that it took to make all this. Oh well, I appreciate the intent, Shadow. I would always love newer equipment, but yeah, I know that computers are not the most inexpensive of things. But yeah, basically what I did with this was, let's see. Yeah, I don't have, like, all of these listed what they are. I'm trying to look for the colors. Well, first off, what we do is get rid of, like, the background. Yeah, I was trying to get rid of the colors here to show the, just the outlines of things. Well, there's the colors gone for Edward there. Yeah, this is having to draw out all these pictures to make the stuff with. There's a lot of frames that, like, go into different layers and stuff that, like, different body parts are on different layers for some of the creatures and everything. Let's enable most of this stuff back in. This should get, like, all the color in for the characters and stuff. Let's see here. Okay. Let's just hop back over to the start. Now you can see it all as it goes with the color. Oh, I animated all these shots that fire from the gun as just color. Yeah, there's pieces that you don't really notice unless you're flipping through these as single pictures. Like the head of the centipede here just stops once it's out of the border and the body keeps going. All these little bits of the head break into pieces and eventually get small enough that they disappear, so the rest of stuff can be seen in here. Oh, and there's a little scorpion tail. That's like the only bug that you cannot see its body of in this. I always like these frames where I, like, stretch the character just a quick way to get them from point A to point B without your eyes really being able to tell unless you're pausing it just what is happening to make it move that quick. And then just fire it off a few more times. And that gets rid of all the bugs. Then you got Edward, and his, like, head goes onto a different frame and separates from the body, so the head is the only thing moving. He gives a little smile, looks back, and then... Well, this only really makes sense if you have the background on. But the fleas come out from behind the mushrooms, and for that I had to, like, erase the colors and line work at parts of the fleas to make it look like they were behind the mushrooms, since the background is all just one image. It's not, like, separated into mushrooms and trees and stuff. But it comes off pretty nice looking to me once you have it in motion. It's not something that you really think about unless you're, like, studying it. And then this one's coming right at him, and bam! Just... And it, like... I even turned the background to, like, put it off balance once it hits the screen. There's just one frame of white to make the impact happen, and then it, like, shakes the screen. And then Ed just slides off. Oh, I've got the outro here. I didn't know I had that on this file. Yeah, I kind of made a more blocky, digitized looking Edward for this. And, he has a little centipede come out of his head. Yeah, that's pretty much how that animation went. Now we'll just go backwards, and then we can, like, play it all together. Just as a video to see it all in motion. I guess I can go through this a bit with the background in to show what that looks like. Yeah, obviously the screen, like, cuts off at, like, before it gets to the edges of the background. It's, you can see the difference of where the screen ends and where the background ends. But here we'll just play this. And is this zoomed out enough? Now it is. Okay. Let us give this a look. Full motion. Yeah, the centipede head just stays on the right for a while. Yeah, he just looks, and here come the fleas. Bam! I always love that ending. Oh, and his hair stays there for a bit. Oh, it stays there for the whole thing. Whoop! And there it is! That is how I put together the centipede animation. Now let's see, the Invader Zim one I can probably show. Or at least, let's see here. Is this... Oh no, this is an incomplete. I can't, that doesn't really have anything in it. Let's see here. Cartoon, Invader Zim. Zim interview. I guess yeah, this one should... Yeah, this is a complete one. It's got the Gaz and Dib part of the interview where they're in the recording booth. There we go. Yeah, I kinda mixed up what layers certain things, like, different characters' colors are on, so if I were to turn off specific layers, it would, like, get rid of lines on some of them at certain frames, so I kinda have to keep them together, like all the layers. Just get rid of the background for a demonstration of just the movement itself. Yeah, for Dib here, he starts laughing, and it's basically just taking his head and repeating the same frames over and over to get the laughing motion. Yeah, you can see there's a lot of... I had a lot of fun with this, because it was like, with these interviews and the characters not acting like they're on the show, it gives a lot more different faces than Gaz or Dib would make on the show. So it has some pretty funny expressions for them to me. And then I figured I was either going to put their dad or the tallest in the recording booth. And having the tallest here felt like it was just incorporating more diversity of what types of characters there were, so they're who I ended up going with there. And then Gaz gets a bit just kind of, I guess not annoyed, but okay, you guys are laughing at how I said it. Just pulls out the hand. Yeah, her body stays still here. The backhand is on a different frame, and the other hand, I think, is on a different frame. Like, the two hands are on separate frames to get that effect. For the tallest, it's just repeating the laughing. Purple is still repeating his frames for laughing. Red has moved on to, like, his other motions. And then he clicks this button, which ends this segment of the animation. I wanted to get, like, the bit where, like, Zim is yelling grr and stuff, and, it's not on this hard drive, I don't think, though. He makes a very wide mouth when he does it. Yeah, here is a little playing through of it. Don't think there's any sound for this file. Oh, and if we... Okay. Yeah, it's just a little closer up than you would have seen in the animation on YouTube. Boy. We just keep getting absurdly loud musics on here, it seems. Now, let me check some stuff here. You be quiet. I'm going to the stream to see if you can even hear me at the parts where the music's playing. Getting absurd. Okay, I think once program and show some of the stuff on there. Just a unless you're like studying it and like put it off. Okay, it's not that bad, I don't think, audio-wise. It's just kind of irksome to have the sudden blast of music pop up in the streaming program. Oh well. Yeah, I just figured I'd show some of this off to just get a more in-depth look into my stuff for the viewers. Okay, let me see here. Party Crashers. This is something I've been working on the last week or so. I mean, it's like, these guys, they're the Party Crashers, these sort of morons that play Mario Party and yell at each other and stuff. This sounds like it's gonna be a loud one. I'm keeping an eye on the streaming program's audio levels. Yeah, I'm just in the storyboard phase of this animation. But it's a work in progress. Who knows when this one will be complete? I'll just close that down. Got gas, centipede. Is there any others I should look at here? So this is centipede. Ed test. Uh-huh. Dragon Ball. Cartoon Hangout. Fanboys. Yeah, I think this'll do for now. Yeah, this should be good enough, I think. Probably should get back into the comic making here before I waste too much time. I do want to get this done today. So, let us back out of the animation program. Let's see. Here it is. There we go. Now we've got this way too big. Alright, that should be good. 77, no. There we go. That's perfect. Screen has been adjusted. Take the animations down. No. No, just back out of it. No. There we go. All closed up. Now we can get back to work. Well, that was a fun little excursion. Let's see here. Space Station. I'm going to change the music because every time it changes songs on that, it ends up changing the volume of it. And that's just starting to get a bit annoying to go back and manage all of that stuff every time. So, let's find one track that does not constantly switch. Engine room. Nah, not that one. This is just a Zoom advertisement. I guess we'll go with this for now. This seems to be at a decent volume. Not blasting anyone's eardrums out, I hope. It's good enough for me. Bottom. Alright, back into the grind. Well, this has been a bit of a fun session, just kinda lounging around, working, and showing off some stuff. If I could, I'd show off the frames from the Resident Evil 2 animation, because that has an enormous amount of frames to that, and so much that goes on in it. But that's in an entirely different animation program than Flash. So I don't have that program on this computer even. And I'd have to look up where the files even are for the Resident Evil 2 animation at this point. But it has some really good frames, I feel, of like G or Birkin. I really studied, like, the artwork for Birkin's form in that, and the pre-rendered backgrounds from the original version of Resident Evil 2 to make sure everything's in the right place when I animate the backgrounds and stuff for that. Which only makes me more and more annoyed when I look at the remake of that game and see all the things that are different in it. Space Station Silicon Valley is the game that this music is from. A game that I rented quite a bit throughout my childhood. Never saw the ending back then. Always had very... The game felt like if you... It had the spirit of Wallace and Gromit at parts, is what it felt like. Oh, hello again, Wiggle Boy. You missed out on all the animation we were showing off over here. You having fun where you're at? I was just showing how I made things like the centipede animation I have on my channel, and the Invader Zim animation I have. If you want, I can open the program again. It's right down here. You got some nice, pleasant music going in the background here. It's from a Nintendo 64 game that was made from DMA, I think? I believe it's the people that ended up working on, like, Grand Theft Auto maybe later? Well, I can't remember at the moment. I will get that animation program open back up again, though. Why are you asking me for the serial number? I just had you open. Ayayama. Yeah, this program, it is always asking me for the serial number when I need to open it now, and I'm not sure why. Never used to do this. Yes, please open. 1993 to 2003, Macromedia Incorporated. Okay. Okay, Wiggle Boy. You, oh, the serial number is, like, when you check the barcode of something and it's, like, listing the number of the product. And it, for some reason, needs it for this program now. But you have a choice here. Would you like to see the workings of the Centipede animation, the Invader Zim animation, or the animation where I animated a bunch of cartoon characters hanging out together? It really makes no difference to me which one you choose, but I have it all set up here now. Okay, we will do the cartoon hangout. Let us see here. Cartoon hangout. This one is April 1st of last year. And this one is April 1st, 35. Okay, so this one is the one. Okay, here we go. Let us switch back over to Dish. Here we are. Yeah, this'll just give you a little look into how I create the animations I do. We got all these layers for each of the colors and, like, line work of the characters. Let's get rid of the background here. Okay. Yeah, this'll just show you all the characters moving without anything behind them. Oh, there's the color for Noodle back there. 2D color. Okay. Bib skin. Bib shirt. And so Gaz is there. Okay. Oh, that gets rid of her whole face. Steven. Connie. Let's see here. Gib eyes, Noodle, Steven, Sprig. Skin. Eyes. Jack. Color. And Anne. Get rid of the coloring for... Yeah, this is... Let's see, is Steven color? Where's his color? There we go. All the characters in just black and white to show how they all look without anything to them. Tables? There we go. That's better. This gives you a look at, how everything looks at first. Well, technically how everything looks at first is a bunch of scriggly, scraggly sketches, but I end up reworking the sketches and refining them into these final products that you see here. Let's see. Okay. Go here, okay. Yeah, and these just give you the movements of the characters. It takes about 4 minutes for me to color a character entirely. And you can see here, like, how many different characters I had to color. So it's like, all the movements I had to do, I had to draw each little tiny movement out, one at a time. So this took, like, I think a few weeks to do total, to, like, get it all drawn out, and then color each of the characters, and then put in the background and everything. And here I'll just let it play normally. This is what it looks like when you're letting it go through in motion and everything. Oh yeah, animation, it is no joke, cartoonist. It is, takes forever to do. But here, let's add the color back into the characters here. Get them all lively again. Yeah, my whole life is just... if it was not dedicated to creating, I would not have made as much as I do when it comes to this type of stuff. You gotta pretty much sacrifice all your time for it. Okay, we got all the characters in color. And since I have the frames set up in front of each other, the colored frames are in front of other line work, so it just automatically makes it so you can't see the line work behind the colors of the characters that are in front of other characters. Otherwise, you would have, like, Dib's legs over Anne's hair here and stuff like that, or see Noodle's legs going through Tootie's body and stuff. Yeah, we just make this go, and then it gets set on a loop. And since this is an incomplete animation, things in the background phase out because they haven't been looped yet. Eventually, they all kinda disappear. Yeah, got a little exorcist sprig now. That's showing all the frames there for the characters. And now we'll play it back one last time with the background in. And I don't know how many people picked up on it, but there is a limousine poster on the wall back there for any of you Homestar Strong Bad fans out there. Yeah, this was sort of... I had the idea of this just sort of being like the Cartoon Network commercials where it's all just a bunch of cartoon characters in their free time, what they do and stuff. Oh, this program, Shadow, is the MX... It is Macromedia Flash MX 2004. Yeah, it's, this is the Flash program from back in 2004. It's the... I use it because it was, like, the only one I could find for free of Flash that was, like, the most up-to-date version of it on the internet. So that's just what I ended up going with, and it served me pretty well so far. Yeah, that's what I've been using Flash ever since, I think, parts of the Bionicle review. Or no. Yeah, I think parts of the Bionicle review. Because on the Earthworm Jim review... No, I didn't use it on the Bionicle review. It wasn't until after the Resident Evil 2 animation video that I started using Flash. And that was because I got Flash because I couldn't figure out how to do the color correctly in the program I used for my older animations. For, like, the Resident Evil review and the Resident Evil animation and the Bionicle review. So I ended up switching over to Flash so I could, like, properly color things. And that's just what I've been using since then. sometimes what I'll do is I'll animate out the line work in Flash and then port it over into GIMP when I do, like, more good-looking animations where it's, like, no line work. I just make the coloring, like how they do it in Samurai Jack. But otherwise, I usually use Flash for, like, the Dragon Ball review. All those animations were in Flash. The Centipede animation, that's Flash. This is Flash. I use Flash all the time for things. Let's see, do I have anything else here? Yeah, I think the only other things I really have on here are, like, storyboard type things for other animations I haven't made yet. So not really anything much else to show. Let's see here. Open... Oh, here's the Party Crashers. This is a storyboard for an animation I have not done yet, but that I've been working on things for. Just getting down the expressions of the characters. And down below them, what I do is... What I will do... Like, listen to the audio here.
Sometimes our plans don't go according to... Okay, Vernius, wait. Vernius, let's talk about this.
Yeah, and what I'll do is I will stop it, like... I will play it back constantly, and then I will, down here, write in every millisecond what syllable, what the characters are saying, so that I know once I get to the actual animation what mouth movements I should be putting on the characters for each frame. Which takes forever, but it's how to get it the most accurate from my experience. And yeah, it's just a storyboard so far. The Party Crasher guys playing Mario Party in one of their videos, and TC Nick 3 trying to convince Vernius not to take a star from him. Or, no, take coins from him from the Boo. And then just all the other characters going around debating about what should be done. Yeah. That's one of the animations I'm attempting to do. Yeah. But that is things to come in the future. In the end, it will hopefully look to be like this quality. Well, Flash may be dead, Wiggle Boy, but I can still use it to export videos and stuff, so as long as I can do that, I can use it for my purposes. It's what I've used to create the animations for the reviews and stuff that I do on my channel. The Dragon Ball review has quite a number of them. Let's see, do I have... It says I have some Dragon Ball ones here. Dragon Ball... I think this is one. Oh yeah, this is one of them. I don't know if it's complete, but this is one of them. Let's, yeah, it pans the camera. And, oh, this is just a collection of different ones that I created for it. Some of these did not end up in the review. Yeah, this one I didn't end up using, but I, like, animated it out in case I was going to put it in. It's like a bunch of the fanboys getting angry at certain things, and that one I used. Oh, and here's where they're, like, breaking into my facility at the end. yeah, there's that. Yeah, no, as long as I have a means to create with Shadow, I am going to be here toiling away. Actually, since I have this on here, do I have Dragon Ball, Cartoon, Fanboys? That's... okay, would this be it? Yeah, I think... yeah, this is where they, like, blast my head off at the end. Oh, and you can see... obviously you can't see in the video, but there's, like, a repeated fangirl to the right of the, like, frame here. Then it flips... and what I did here... when I'm working on the animations, I'm not just... when I'm, like, doing the, like, fancy movement and stuff in some of my videos, things like this, I end up creating in GIMP and porting it over to Flash. So, like, here, you can tell there is no background over here. But it turns into one, because what I've done is I've taken this image out of Flash and put it into GIMP, which is this. And then I will modify the background in GIMP, put it back into Flash, and that is how I've made it blur. And then, once I get to this frame, I just put it back into the normal background I already have set for the animation. And so, this guy just disappears like a Dragon Ball teleport thing. So I just made it a bunch of lines that get smaller and smaller each frame. Then we have another blurred background. And then they all appear right here. And this was one of the hardest things to pull off, I think, in most any animation I've done. But it was really cool to do. I animate the background here. There's, like, their Kamehameha going through all of this. And, like, in motion, it's, like, sped up, and so it looks like it's moving. But here it's just a bunch of lines. And then the camera goes under the blast, and you can see this image of me, and, like, I've taken the background from GIMP, and I keep adjusting it, like, every frame until it gets set into place, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger, and I had to, like, go through in GIMP and adjust it each time to, like, get it to turn. So it was a constant back and forth for, like, hours once I got it, like, the background made. And then I just take that, and it zooms in on me, and that's where the blast hits. But, let's see. Put the background back in. And so I pretty much just took the color of the background of this image, and you can see, like, the actual background jutting out from it along the sides. But I made it so that it, like, is a background color that'll fill in for, like, just making it look like it could be anywhere on the page. And then I just raise the contrast a ton in GIMP to get that effect for the background. And then I make that face and it cuts to black. And that's how the Dragon Ball review ended. So in motion, what I did was I got a clip from an interview of the voice actress of Goku yelling Kamehameha, and that's what I, like, animated the characters to, what they were saying. So, it's like this. And there it is. And then it just cuts away. And then obviously after the credits in that video, you all saw my head fly off in like little puddles of blood and stuff, and then it like glowers and looks at the screen and rolls its eyes and stuff. And just a little comedic ending. And if the next review, Nausicaa, which I will hopefully someday get to, is going to pick up where this one left off, where it will have machines putting my head back on my body and stuff at the beginning. Oh, it is the Japanese voice actress Wiggle Boy. Yeah, that is the most complex animation of the Dragon Ball review. And I never really look at this one this much, this background here, but I always like it when I see it. It's just one you don't really see, because it's there for only like 1.5 seconds is all that this background is there for. But it's like it has all these details in it. And that's what I do for like any background. I try to make it look interesting no matter what. Like you can see the window there to the outside facilities in my like studio thing I made. And these are like little pods that in the previous part of the animation that's not on here, it's in the video. These are what open up to show like the Tankobons and the Dragon Ball figures I have behind me in the background at the end. And these are just more of those. I figured it's sort of just keeping along with the aesthetic of this part of my facility and stuff. But yeah, that is the ending animation for the Dragon Ball review of mine. Yeah, that's about it. I don't think there's much more that can really be said about this. Bum, 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 bum. Yep. There I am, about to die. E18, ready to be blown to pieces. But since he is a cybernetic entity, he can recover from these types of things. And here's all the fanboys that gathered outside of the facility. Like, out in this background here is what you can see, like, that is where that window leads out to. But yeah, that's that. Ugh, lots of talking. But I guess I should get back to the comic. No, I do not want to save that, because I messed it all up. I don't want to save any of this. What I do want you to do is not ask me for the serial number again when I open you. Not sure why you're doing that now. And let's see. Blah, 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 blah. What's this? I'm just taking a look at stuff while I have it here. Yeah, that's an incomplete animation. What was that out? Party Crashers. Yeah, I think that's about all we really need from all that. So, should get headed back into the comic so I can actually finish it up. Oh well, if you ever have any questions for me, Shadow, I can probably offer some insight into certain aspects of the animation process. Oh, well, yeah, I can let you know where to get that on the Discord after. Animation in general, it doesn't matter as much what program you're using, as long as it can do, like, the basic stuff that you need animation to do. The main thing it comes down to is how many frames per second that you are using, and you just simply understanding how to do animation is the main thing. Because it is something you have to practice at. It is not something that you automatically will do, like, as easily as with just figuring out a way to draw and stuff. It's part of that, but there is more getting used to it for that. Because animation really is just whatever you can draw. Just with a bunch of pictures, one after the other. Because I've done animation before, like, with pencil and paper, and taken pictures with a camera, and then just uploaded that and played it in order on, like, Windows Movie Maker, and done animation that way. It's not as simple that way, because you can't, like, don't have the program right in front of you to play the thing automatically and show you how it moves in motion, but it can be done. It's how they did all of the classic cartoons and stuff. Just takes a bit more trial and error, playing things back with more steps in the process to get to that point. But yeah, Flash makes it a bit easier. Not sure what animation programs people use these days. I never was sure what animation programs anyone used until I just decided, well, I may as well check into this. It does take forever to do this all on pencil and paper. Because, like, I did the old King Shadow losing his body animation on that, and Angel Amy blowing her boobs up as balloons and stuff that way. I'm pretty sure they have some newer versions of Flash. It's just you gotta pay money for that. But yeah, I'll see about finding where that 2004 Flash is. The serial code to get into it is on the internet now, since it's, like, free. Oh. Well, I've heard of Toon Boom, but I'm not quite sure what that is exactly. I'm assuming it's just another animation program is all it is. From, with the frequency that it's used at, I'm pretty sure it's probably not as sophisticated as, like, Adobe Animate / Flash is. But I guess it is, what people use commonly now. I'm pretty sure people like, Gooseworks, Jaden, VisiPop, all those people probably all use, like, Adobe Animate or something. And what's the other? Speedoroo. The one that did that, Punch Punch Forever. I'm always interested to see what materials creators use to make their things with. Yeah, if I had a time machine and put all this stuff that I've done over the years on, like, Newgrounds when it was starting, I'm pretty sure I would have quite a bit more of a reception in this day and age. Unfortunately, I was not making animations like that back then. I was still in high school back then. Although I guess there were high schoolers that were doing animations back then. Usually they were a bit more crude, though. Because it's just, we're doing funny things on Newgrounds, mostly. Ding ding, bum bum. I do know that there are Newground animators from back then, though, that are working as, like, animation industry animators these days. Down bottom. Bum, bum, bottom, bum, bottom. Yeah, that, the Cartoon Hangout one was one of the more complex ones I did. That was, like, one of the earlier Flash ones that I did with, like tons of characters. That was just to see how well I could do that many characters in a scene together. So it was kind of just a test type of thing. But it's one of my favorite ones, I think. Although most of the ones I make are my favorites, because it's like, you've seen how much I put into all of those animations. Yeah, that Party Crashers one is one I've been working on in my free time sometimes. What little free time I have. And this is going all black. Oh no. Press Control Z, get it back to normal. Yeah, one thing that speeds things up is learning where all the keyboard shortcuts are and just immediately doing them anytime you need them. Just, oh, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. That's what, like, 75% of the creation process is. Yeah, I like this frame of Claw Kid here, just looking at Doko after he's made his statement, and then Doko just what he has said sinking in and making Doko more angry. And Claw Kid has no malicious intent. He's just stating observations and stuff, and it's sort of someone that already knows how to do everything, giving their honest review of a younger participant's work and what could be could be seen as criticism. But for him, it's just, this is not necessarily reflective of how good the actual fighter is. And for Doko, he's not really... He doesn't lend himself to being angry at people, but subconsciously he is realizing that he is saying bad things about me. Even his simple mind can pick up on the critique during the fight. Just sort of a body's natural initial response to what it's hearing under the heat of pressure. Which leads into a more aggravated look by him. Oh. Well, enjoy your shower, Wiggle Boy. It has been fun having you here. I hope you enjoyed the fruit salad. Hopefully you have gained much insight into the workings of animation and comics. Yeah, actually, I was going to make this whole panel behind the claw black. I may do that after the stream's over. With how much I've been showing on stream here, I'm thinking about ending it before I, fill in all the lines that'll be white after I do the fill bucket for the blacks. Oh, well, you both enjoy the rest of your days. Have some good dinner, Shadow. I will talk to you later in Discord. I should be thinking about what I'm going to make for dinner. I do have rice here. Got rice, Italian sausage, some other things. Oh, that's stuff that I can figure out later on. Yeah, the Claw, he is a very, very well-versed opponent when it comes to the physical activity side of things. Sort of a character that's, well, he comes from an older time period. He's got quite a bit more experience than a lot of characters. Which isn't to say that he cannot be beaten. It just... he has, he's quite a bit prepared for most things that would show up in a tournament-type setting, I think. Yeah, he entered the tournament not really worried that much about getting to the point of being able to fight Doko. That's been his main objective, is just getting to fight Doko is all that he really cared about. If someone else was able to beat the Claw, that would probably suffice as well, because he's going into it not really thinking much about people really defeating him. If it happens, it's nice for him, but if it doesn't, he's still, set on Doko. And, as the Claw stated, he knows about Doko from hearing about the Battle of Gorgok Mountain, which was broadcasted across various islands back when that happened. Yeah, the story elements of the previous saga still being relevant in the saga afterwards. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Well, that animation made things go by a bit faster for me, because we've apparently been here for like 3 hours now, I think. It doesn't feel like that for me. I guess from now on I can use those little bits of like showing the animations and the workings of as like, if anyone asks me about animation, I can like direct them to that, and that'll give some form of observation towards how I do it. My mouth is getting pretty dry. I love creating. 'Tis what I live for. If I could not create, there wouldn't really be much point for me existing, I don't think. That is literally what my life is. And like, that Dragon Ball review would have come out months earlier if I had just made it like a video with just still images and video clips and stuff in it, but the animation is what I feel really needs to be in those videos to make them really feel complete. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, the big animations are usually the beginning and ending animations. It's like the thing that brings you in at the start, grabs your attention. That's a big one. And then the ending is like the finale of like a show. So you gotta have it go out in very fabulous fashion. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, with all that I have animated up to this point, I'm pretty sure I could do a pretty impressive, like, animation for the comic characters. It's just that I'd need to find time to actually work on an animation of them. There is an animation that I had planned to do of the comic characters at one point, but it's just, it wasn't going to have any voices in it. It was just sort of going to be this silent type of thing with music and sound effects when things would happen. But it would still have, like, action and everything in it, and humor and all that. Yeah, I just couldn't get Doko hitting the ground right here with his fist. So I just ended up drawing him in just a more standard sitting position. Well, a kneeling position, since that's what he flips into over here. And then, once you see him again on it, he's still kneeling there. I should come up with a model sheet at some point for, like, Edward18, like, the character. I always refer to him as Edward18, like, I refer to myself in chat as Edward18, like, obviously that's not my real name, and even Edward is not my real name, but I always call myself Edward18, like, on the internet. Even if it's Edward18517 on YouTube, I had to add more numbers when I joined YouTube. But I've always used Edward18 on sites before that and stuff. Like, yeah, Bionicle.com was where I first used it. But the character, his name is Edward18, or E18, like, as a implication due to his cyborg kinda nature that he might be part of a production line. So he's like the 18th model. And I've never really laid out a model sheet for him, because if you already know everything about the character you've designed, like, a model sheet is useful, but model sheets a lot of times feel like they're more for a team of people, so that every artist knows how to draw them similarly enough. Otherwise, you're just going to get them all drawing things as they themselves think it should be. And the model sheet mitigates that and makes it so that it feels more like it's one artist that's doing the whole thing, which is the illusion that needs to be done for a series to be consistent. It rarely ever gets it looking like one artist did it if you look close enough at, like, every part of each animation. But it makes it look close enough that unless you're doing that, it does look like it's pretty much just one person making the thing. It's like, obviously, there's differences between Bob Clampett and the individual animators he had on his team. But it's still the Bob Clampett Daffy Duck if you're looking at a Bob Clampett cartoon. That is what a model sheet, that's what it feels like a model sheet is for, is to emphasize that consistency amongst the team's drawings. And I've just never made a model sheet of Edward. Like, I've thought about it before, but it's not something that's really felt all that necessary due to that, because my animations are all just me. I've never had anyone to help me. So there's not as much need for a model sheet, but at some point I will probably make one for Edward18. Basically just go like this, make the standard face that I do. There's like 3 bangs of hair here. And there's hair here, hair here. Do an ear. And, like that. And then his eyes are connected to show that they're glasses. They don't have things to connect them to the ears. They just sort of hang on the face as part of his face. And he can, like, take the glasses off, and there will be no eyes on the face when he does that. And then you put the little cleft chin there. And that is how you draw the Edward face. Maybe some hair back there to show that it's going behind the head. And that's Edward18. E18. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. What I will do here Just grab that, and now we can get rid of all this. And get back to finishing up the blacks. Ding, 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 ding. Boom, boom, boom. Oof. Well, there's been some rockiness to this stream with that just very loud music earlier. I hope that didn't turn too many people off. I didn't realize it was happening because I was not looking at the streaming program when those bits of music were like overtaking everything. Yeah, when it comes to animation, you really gotta make the time to do it. You cannot, like, slack off and just go, oh, I'll do this later, because it will not get done unless you work on it with how much you have to put into it. Of course, I know there's a lot more limited animation that people on YouTube do. Like, for a lot of it, like for Jaden animations, it's, there's some fairly decently animated stuff on that, but there are parts where it's a lot more reserved and, just certain body parts are moving and stuff. With my stuff, I always make it like, I try to make it as lively as possible. And so, I go in and try to animate as much as possible for most of the body. But with, like, most YouTube animation stuff is more limited feeling than I feel ideally it should be. Like, if we didn't have to, like, draw everything, if everything we thought was just put onto the paper, feels like animations would have a lot more to them a lot of times on YouTube. Now, there are animators that are obviously insanely, like, I was gonna say talented, but really it's more of you just put so much more into the animation that results in just amazing looking animations. Ding, ding, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, there's a lot of limited animations to most stuff, even my own stuff, like, there's a lot of times, like, in the Dragon... Like, you saw in the Invader Zim review, where the character's body will just stay still, and then the arms will move and stuff separately from them. That type of stuff is... It's necessary to get things done in a timely manner, but it always bites at me that that has to be the way to do it, because we do not have all the time we would want to work on it. Time or speed. One of the two. My stomach is starting to hurt because it is getting hungry. And I have been talking forever. Dum, dum, dum. Yeah, the, Gooseworks is one... It employs... Well, if I just kept saying, like, what is using limited animations at what parts, it would be like everything ever. It's like, the only thing that would be exempt would be stuff like the Thief in the Cobbler and stuff like that, just projects that people dedicate their entire lives to and stuff. So it's pretty much a moot point to point out, like, every point where people do that stuff, because everyone does it on YouTube. to an extent. Obviously, there are exceptions. But, no, Gooseworks... Yeah, things like Hell of a Boss, there's some really good animations at that, in that at parts. Gooseworks has very interesting animations. It's very bizarre stuff. Jaden's alright. Usually it's alright. It's, like, not super intricate, usually. There are bits where it does get pretty awesome looking. But out of, I'd say Hell of a Boss is probably one of the higher ones when it comes to the well-known YouTube animation side of things. And I guess I will look for... Let's see. Just looking for another tune to play. It'll be from Space Station Silicon Valley again. I think we've found our game for the day for the music. Dun, 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 dun. I'm having flashbacks to the level this is from. This was like... This one always, I think, creeped me out, because I'm pretty sure this is from the underwater level. And underwater levels in video games always scared me. But because of the music, it wasn't as unpleasant as it could have been. It has a bit of ambience to it, though. I really wish they'd do a remake of Space Station Silicon Valley at some point. I love the ideas in that game so much. So much fun, and a lot of what feels like English humor to it. Yeah, it always, the music, the best way I could describe it is like, video gamey elevator music that is, like, very energetic at times. It's a very odd combination that I'm trying to describe. Not sure if I'm pulling it off or not. Yeah, it's from that era where you just go into Blockbuster, you look on the shelf, and it's like, oh, this looks cool. I'll try this out. Because back then, you did not have, like, video game review videos or anything. It was just, yeah, this looks good. I'll take this for a spin. It kind of feels like that always leads to some very interesting things you would not normally discover. Like Mystical Ninja, that looked cool as hell. That is why I picked that up there. And I have loved that game ever since. I probably would have eventually checked it out in an environment where it's more like it is today. But with how it was, where it's just, you had the back of the box as all you had to really go on, that, I'm pretty sure I picked it up sooner than I would have if things were set up back then how they are today. Yeah, that hunger is beginning to set in now. Oh, and we're already at almost 5 o'clock. So that would make sense, as it is getting towards time to eat again. Almost 5 o'clock? What? Wow. Did not think it was that late in the day. I do need to go through and update the playlist that has all the streams on it. I've got 2 different playlists for the streams. One for the streams that I do for the video game videos, and then streams that I just do in general. And I do not have the one that's like the streams in general up to date. But it's like over... I think it's like nearly 70 videos now that I have done on stream. Which is crazy to me, because it's like... First off, it does not feel like I've done that much. And secondly, these videos are not like video, like in the video channel. You have to like go to the live stream, so it doesn't look like I've made as much progress on the channel as it feels like I have. Because all of these are just streams and don't show up on the normal video thing. But I do intend to edit some of these at some point to turn into proper videos. Yeah, normally once I get done with making a comic, like a whole comic, I take a break before I do the next comic to work on other projects. But with how things are going in life right now, I'm not sure if I can really afford to take a break, or if I do take a break, if I can get back into the comics in a timely manner. Yeah, that's something to see about once we get to that point. If I had my way, I'd just be doing this forever, but I don't really make money off of this. This has only ever really been pretty much free, unless anyone goes on Patreon to support it, but I've only had like 2 people ever do that, and only one of them is like one that does it all the time. So it's all a project I've mostly funded on my own money over the years. It's just something I need to make, so I'm going to get it done no matter what. Long as I can move. It is nice to get currency to be able to buy food with, though. I do enjoy being able to sustain myself. I was thinking about getting Reese's Cups at the store today, but I completely forgot about it because I forgot to scan the cream cheese when I got that. So I had to focus on that and get back into the scanning thing. And then once I was done with that, it's like I'm not going back a 3rd time now that I remember the candy. So I'm just going to take what I got and make my way out. And then I saw the guy from the Thai restaurant. Then we waved to each other. Ding, down, ding, down, ding, ding. I do like going to that place. It is called Lemongrass if anyone ever stops through Cincinnati. Mom got curry from them while she was here. She did not care for them putting pineapple in it, but she did enjoy the taste. They did not make it spicy enough for her, though. If you grow up with Mexican food, you want the spice. Well, I was going on about how these colored pages go faster when you get to the blacks, but this stream is certainly not representative of that. Of course, we had the whole animation interlude and during like the middle of it. Okay, let us switch the music up a bit. I've lost. What's this? Get off of my thing, Streamlabs. Oh, this is when you get a game over. Unknown. What the hell is this? Yeah, this is unknown. I've never heard this in the game. Oh, I'm now understanding how Space Station Silicon Valley works. It's like a ring world type thing in the ring. I never realized that. Yeah, I really want a remake of this game. Yeah, we'll just go with this. I think level 1 of the game is what this track is from. If not, it's one of the levels in the first area of the game. Major Wallace and Gromit vibes from this. Yeah, the whole game just sort of felt kind of Wallace and Gromit-y to me. Just the way that everything looked. I'm sure they were fans of Aardman animation. This hair needs to be bigger. Yeah, this is a pretty calm track. Or maybe it's a bit too calm. Well, we were playing Metroid yesterday, so why don't we get some Metroid music? Metroid. Let's see. Yawn, yawn, yawn. Zero mission. Trade. Alien. What's this?
YouTube is the new home of NFL Sunday Ticket.
This is the new home of NFL Sunday Tickets. Oh. This is intense. This is a remix, apparently, of the first stage of Alien 3 on the Sega Genesis. Or Sega Mega Drive. Yeah, the game was far more memorable than the movie from everything I've seen. Whoa! Okay, we'll go with this. This is my style for how I'm feeling right now. Let's just switch off of this. Yeah, I just don't want this going too loud. I think it should be fine, though. Thankfully, we only have one last Doko here to color up. Then, after I get done with the Dokos, I'll probably head on off of here. Getting hungry, and the rest of the stuff I'll just take care of off-screen. Okay. For a second I thought it was going to fill the whole screen in black, because I didn't think I had all of the area, like, drawn up. But it didn't. Crisis averted. This is a very intense track. Very Sega Genesis-y feeling. It feels like the track that would go along with games that are adaptations of 90s adventure, like 90s somewhat dark adventure movies. Not too dark, but dark enough to have an atmosphere to them. Kinda like a Jurassic Park type thing. I have beaten the Genesis Jurassic Park a few times. I hate going through it as like the raptor at the pump station, because there's that jump that it's like you just fall into a bottomless pit if you mess it up. And the raptor's physics are so loose that it's like I always fall in. It's like when you're going through it's a series of platforms you have to jump across towards the end. I always hear people go on about that game only having, like, the visitor center as the one good music track in it, but that is not what I feel at all. I love the power plant theme. And the pump station is pretty nice too. It's just that they're more subdued tracks than the amazing visitor center theme that everyone loves. Let's see if we can get another tune from that Alien 3 game, another remix. Oh, I know this tune. Yeah, this is the tune that I always heard from this game. Yeah, there was a game that I had, I think Alien Infestation for the DS, that was like really good. I love that Alien game. It's like, it feels kinda like it's continuing on how the Genesis games were. And I remember every character you collected, there's like a ton of different characters you can get to, like, if you get killed, another takes their place type of thing. And they all have like their own little dialogues and personalities and implied backstories and stuff. And I remember one of them that has like never shows emotion and stuff. I think the other characters like assume that he is an android by the end of it, but you don't like really know that unless you're like paying attention to it. It was always a pretty cool thing to me. And I'm pretty sure it uses like androids that are made for combat that were supposed to be in Alien 3 in one of the scripts. Like, it has elements from beta stuff from Alien 3 in it. Easily the worst movie of the original trilogy. But whether or not it is still the worst movie is always up for debate. Honestly, Alien is the best horror one, and Aliens is the best action one. And then you don't need any others. Thankfully, they just never made another Alien movie after Aliens. Alien is one of those franchises that it feels like should have just stayed ended at a certain point to me. There are so many series that end up getting ruined because they just keep getting installments when it feels like they should just be left as is a lot of times. But obviously the companies do not see it like that. If they don't make more stuff, they won't make us more money. And Jurassic Park is also another one that should have probably just stayed one story to me. Book and movie. But two is not the most offensive thing, but once it gets beyond that, it really has no business continuing in my eyes. Although I will say, the Spinosaurus does look cool. I guess this guy's just gonna have a white chair up here. I forgot to color it in. There's a lot of stuff on the colored pages that people looking through these pages will probably notice some either incorrect coloring or non-existent coloring on if they look at them hard enough. But I do want to get these pages out in a somewhat timely manner. I think I color them well enough for what they are. This also feels kind of Metal Gear-y. Like, not later Metal Gear, I mean like Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2 Metal Gear for this. The song, the music that's playing. There's just something about 16-bit era video game music. Has just that sort of grungy feel to it. Makes it sound so cool. Boom, 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 boom. And just a tiny bit more over here, and also this guy's eyes. And this guy's eyes. Is it a guy? Is it a girl? We don't know, because they're mostly off-screen there. And whether or not it counts as a girl or a guy also has to do with what they prefer to be called. And since they are just a side character that nobody is going to notice, it's kind of a non-existent issue. I identify as a cartoon character. I am E18 of the Edwardian Army. Yeah, our bodies... Eventually humanity will get to the point where they can just modify themselves to literally be whatever they want. It'll take a bit, but eventually they can get there. There will come a day where you can just swap body parts out, probably. And then the true monsters will arise, and people start using biotechnology to assimilate other body parts that they desire from people. Am I done with this page of what I'm going to do? I probably am. Okay, let's zoom out a bit. Then get rid of this. Okay, okay. Yeah, I think everything... Nope, we missed the claw's foot up here. Okay. We'll get his foot on the right layer. And this will be the last of it, because I am very hungry now, after all the stuff that I have shown today on the video, and all the talking I have done to explain things, and just meander about, saying not much of anything when it's not about the production of my creations. Yeah, let's connect the foot up to the leg there. There we go. That's a good foot. Okay. And maybe get the teeth here, just for good measure. That's good. That's good. You can stop, Edward. Stop it or you're gonna be here all day just editing the most minuscule of sprites on the screen. These pixels do not all need to be perfectly aligned. But I want to, it makes it look better, but you gotta get this done. Can't just spend forever on one tiny, severely zoomed in particle. Except now I can see I need to do some more blacks here. Yeah, and then I was going to do this guy's eyes that he has on top of each other here. Erase this, do this. Just make them holes so it looks better to have, like, the black contrasting against what's colored on it. Okay, okay. And there we go. I think this will do. Let's zoom out. And then raise the opacity. And this'll give us a bit of a look into how it will be when it's done. Yep, this is the page. It's just now got all these white lines I have to go back over in all the black areas. But I'll do that all off screen. Yeah, we got Doko here getting the claw's foot rammed up against his cheek. And he just peels him off with his leg and knocks him to the ground, where he flips, hits the ground, flips back onto his, like, feet and hands. Then the claw says the actual skill of the person using that technique. It's talking about the explosion that Doko made a few pages ago. It doesn't necessarily reflect Doko's actual skill level, since it's basically just like a bomb you throw at someone rather than, like, as precise of tactics as you need to use to strike somebody. That just gets Doko a bit frustrated, and he launches back at the claw again. And that'll lead into the next page. But for now, I think I'm going to get off. I'm very hungry. And I hope that you all had a wonderful time looking at all the animation and comic making and stuff. I'm yawning. I guess I will see you all later then. You have a good night, and for those of you that are going to be on the Discord, I will see you on there. And I realize now I have had the page way too zoomed in after doing the animations earlier. hopefully I have had this on screen enough for the video. Either way, I'll talk to you all later. You have a good day. Bye-bye for now.